everybody, welcome on in Mystery, welcome on in Rube, and anyone else who may be watching, and of course welcome on in Artie. Yes, I appreciate you stopping on by as brief as I stopped by over on your side. Hopefully everyone here is doing absolutely well. Also, y'all should go check out Artie, awesome streamer. But yeah, we are finally ready to continue the Great Ace Attorney adventures. So last time, we went to Great Britain. Of course, the one place where law and order has it has reached its pinnacle of all justice systems. And then we've learned that is not the case and it is still very much corrupt. But we've also learned that we can pull out the dustiest law books known to all of man and pull through in the end. We can also learn that we can get our defendant not guilty when they probably are, but that's beside the point. I'm loving this game. I am absolutely loving it. It's been great, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the fourth case has in store for us. Because, we have made some great progress. Yeah, episode 4, The Adventure of the Cladded Kokoro. No big announcements or anything. Pretty standard stream week. Friday and Saturday, Xenoblade, and then of course today, Great Ace Adventures, and nothing else. Except there are at least 17 lobsters in my backyard. Wait, wrong game. Unless it's not. You never know. This game could incorporate lobsters at some point, and things could turn out terribly for it. You'll see. I'll be keeping my eyes peeled. If I see a lobster, you all will know. Don't you worry. Without any further ado, though, I think it's time for us to get on into it. Alright. The Adventure of the Cladded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Oh boy. 19th of February, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No. Not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, it felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about those enormous beds? After my time on this booty, I isn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. I mean, yeah, I can only imagine. I like to think that even after he got revealed to be a stowaway and Cosma, you know, perished, that he ended up sleeping in the cupboard, both because he didn't feel like it was right for him to sleep on the bed, and everyone else also thinking that, so everyone just silently agreed he deserved to be in the cupboard the whole time, or the wardrobe. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops. Sorry about that. Building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In lodging house in Japan, that's when money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. That is... Oof, naruhodo. Why would you do that? I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place. Ah, good morning to you at this very early hour. Oh, yes, well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Hisada-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation in British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very, very eye-opening. Thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. That was easy. My country delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What to come to terms with? That man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? The culpability of the defendant had not at present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, Lord Van Zeek's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I could have asked for a better defense. I hate him so much. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. What? No! What? Mr. McGilded is dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Well, that's one hell of a twist. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. Feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home. Made of bricks and stone here. I know, that's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. I think that was the same as before. Rip Bozo. Sometimes there are fates worse than death. So to hear he died, that is troubling. You can't believe that penguin died before he could go back to Arkham. Yeah, that checks out, Mr. E. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock, but those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Alright, it seems like there's only dialogue from before. I remember all of that. Alright, yeah. Rip. Alright, let's see. McGilded's death. I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead? Thank you for the cardboard pipe. After the trial concluded yesterday, there's a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Was he the one inside it? Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilden had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of a carriage as that of McGilded. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside while the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. How could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilda did mention going back to the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're gonna examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Surprisingly enough, Neko, I am doing A-okay. I'm not sure why, but I'm not complaining. Wait. Body has been exploded, I guess. At least crumpled up. But yeah, welcome on in, Neko. Inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge, I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilden talking about? Never mind that now, the Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilden. Gotta double my workout next time around. I think I'll just do it more regularly. I should have done it again today, but maybe tomorrow I'll do it. It was good time though. Fitness boxing featuring Atsune Miku is pretty effective, can confirm. Alright, British Court. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was wow! No pain, no gain. That is true, Neko. I can confirm after what happened before. But then I mean, the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations. I freely admit that much is at least an undeniable truth, which is precisely why I've prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Can you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was, well, left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah yes, I nearly forgot there's one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there's currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh! If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end waits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Ugh, here we go again. Your time is up, you'll have to excuse me. I'd advise you begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There's now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time you mentioned 23 hours, he said there's plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. What's that? Yesterday you remarked upon something that you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Soki. I'd be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's got, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh, another thing? Continue. On the way on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important I have to do. Something very important, and what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I thought he would have done. Well, you're out of time. Thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruto, what's this all about? Mr. Soki never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both focus your attention on the matter at hand. I've taken liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. Gumshoe? How long has he been there? Soon I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. There's something very important I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, never told me. And maybe you'd better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Ah! Lovely weather, isn't it? What the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know? But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, very, very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having given the likes of you talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson ever, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. All because some bumpkin who's here on a job from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound, that's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. And no need to rip up the part as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryonosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. Eh? It's lovely weather. It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? What the hell is going on? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Susato. God damn it. He's one of these guys. Unbelievable! How did she pull that off? So, Lord Stronghearted had me fill you in on the case. Named Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective name mean something to her? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very, very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Ranch Magazine? That's right, Inspector Gregson and Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a battle out of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not, and thanks that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that, to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than a man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under my breath. Under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper. I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. I'm sure it's eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very, very hard work. Oh dear, Fratricide and Rice fame does change people. Why does he kind of look like... The shape of his face and the green tie just make me think this is Luigi's long-lost cousin. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Not tell, really? As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Plutarch Man, the third Mario brother. You know the worst part? Those two comments aren't mutually exclusive to each other. Those both could be true, and that is amazing. Waluigi's successful and lawful cousin. I can see that too. Doesn't have as glorious as a mustache though. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I thought you'd have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke, you've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He said the W word, ban him. Dino, your turn. Y'all are lucky that Dino's not part of my, Twitch streams. And that Weedbot doesn't have direct communication, because otherwise things could be an absolutely terrible time for the Mario man. Is there that All Might gif here? So true. Alright. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you there! You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been signed to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barak von Zeeks. Were you not paying attention to our win last time against Lord Barak von Zeeks must have been in the papers, right? Grigson is God. He has an infinitely regenerating snack. I mean, hey, that is peak efficiency right there. You can't run out of food if your food literally remanifests itself. I guess we should never, you know, this is what happens when you cut a detective's paycheck enough. They invent food so that they can keep eating it indefinitely so they can survive even when their paycheck is cut even more. He could cure the world hunger and he chooses not to. Does his greed no end? That's what living on the line of poverty does, I guess, to these poor detectives. It was technically not when it was tied in our favor, which essentially means a win, but that detail doesn't matter. It's less of a win for us and more of a loss for him, because the very fact that the prosecution couldn't prove their case is definitely a loss for him. Which is, the point. That's just all London newspapers. No! Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Von Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barak von Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When von Zeeks stand for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. In every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. The Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord von Zeeks, Mr. Narhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Ha! And what of it? I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. Well, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilded came proper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. Though you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Von Zeeks could get the dirt stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. That's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. But have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? His snack just keeps on coming back and back. Right, well, I filled you in as requested and I'm very nearly out of chips. Okay, so what this means is he wasn't eating, it wasn't regrowing. He literally just has a massive stash of them in his pocket. And he keeps pulling them out, eating them, tossing the stuff behind or putting away the scraps in his pocket, something, and then just eating more from his pocket. That'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am, and if you head over to the holding cell, you can meet the criminal himself. You branded him a criminal already? He's as good as shaking like a leaf in his cell he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53, speak to jailer, and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53, thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is, but I'd like to try. So, I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help me? Do you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes, let's go. I love week-old potato fries. I do too. They're awesome. The salt, just throw a bit more salt and you can hardly taste the decay. Exactly, Rube. 19th of February, local prison, cell 9. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently our client is in the cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop idling in the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat, as yet with no name? Calling me by a number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly reasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruto, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? The trade of complaints was in Japanese. Hello? Excuse me, but shh, quiet. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So, there you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? Susato is... She definitely wants nothing else but to leave right now. Japan jump scare. We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you... Japanese by any chance? Of course he's all fine now. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. It's fine. We are just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving movement. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongard signed to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Looking disrespectfully. Yeah, Susato definitely was looking disrespectfully. What compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I will! Shan't stay sullen and silent! I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You know, a game like this, I would honestly love if someone like made a mod where when they're speaking in Japanese, it straight up is in Japanese, and then when they're speaking in English, it's straight up English. First of all, bilingual people get to have a field day, and second of all, it clears up some confusion about when they're speaking English and when they're not. Specifically, case 2, I'm still not over that, because a month to get fluent in English? I would need to see it to believe it. Oh yeah, Russian too. Definitely. I mean, they already do kind of have Russian, but honestly, making Russian even more prominent, I'm all for it. There's no change in the plan. And maybe other languages. Yeah, I approve of that wholeheartedly. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student here sent by our government, notoriously named Natsume. So it's okay, Natsume. Another reason Ace Attorney needs voice acting, because it would be funny if it constantly swapped. Abso-freaking-lutely, I would love that. Imagine an anime of this game, and they do that, where they speak in... There's only the sub. Like, or for the original language, it's only Japanese in the first case, and then they switch to English for later ones. And the whole discussion about sub versus dub would crumble right there. The bard is every time he checks pose, why doesn't he just pose and walk out of his cell? He's too busy flexing to be able to move, is my guess. Yes! Yes! The one symbol of our great empire for great lawyers! Which means, of course, you'll stand by my side! You'll defend me! Oh, no, sorry, that wasn't why I was showing it to you. And why else would you show me that? Oops. In hindsight, that probably wasn't the best idea. I love doing the over-dramatic voices, but God, I'm gonna kill my throat. Soseki Natsume. Soseki Natsume-san, what an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No! Don't be prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you're a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this! It's beyond the pale! Oh, what's the worst that could happen, Rube? The worst that could happen? Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? No! What do you mean? If they had told me to study English literature, that I could have understood that's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, and justly unreasonable. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi. It must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. I often like to be told, it seems. Or is that gonna happen to me losing my voice due tomorrow? I restrained myself yesterday and I'm walking around just fine today. I'll live. The accusation against you. Do you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Thunderstorm, of course. Oh, no, it's alright. The one didn't actually die, did she? But you was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes! Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker? Wow, that we find out more about the case. It was an accursed evening just after snow had started clearing and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too? And as I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her... She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed on cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly ghoulish grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was so terrified I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my limbs would carry me back to my cursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman unknown Soseki-san? At the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you and there's nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? Who else could have done it? Ryunosuke should know by now. What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki-san had told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says he didn't know the victim, that there no one else had seen. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case... Wait, actually, yeah, if he had been fled from scene, she wasn't known. The conundrum wasn't that he did it, it was, why was he the one that was caught for the crime? Surely this man had, or, no, never mind, both I guess. This man has to be the culprit. You! What did you just say? No, nothing, I didn't say anything. Please. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little too loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I'm thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Okay, I did get her line of thinking right. Let's go. Sorry? He didn't touch the victim and there's nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective, he led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live, with his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brush, big-headed, busybody, be gone! May you be cursed until the end of your days! Herlock Sholmes! I knew it! Mr. Sholmes! Oh god. Here he is. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on pavement before me. I was gnawing on my honest liver parties when some men suddenly burst in through my door. They started shouting at me. This is the police, put the weapon down. Yes, it was slim, thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting, dietary discrimination devils. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes. It's actually just Herlock Sholmes, he's English. I've since found out he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. It is overly sharp mind man to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman! Me, this weak, stooped kitchen of a man! I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. You mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown in panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English, fiendish foreign film flammery, or flim flammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say, so I just kept repeating like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. Next thing I knew, I said, manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now. Naruto Esquire. You can just call me Naruto. And when we're speaking English, it's simple mister is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright. Yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you, defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why did so hard say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself. On a study tour. A student? I'd defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who's supposed to be here. I'm sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why'd you say that? For the same reason as you noted before, when it happened, there's only the victim and myself around. I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before. In my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. Of course the fire nerd did it. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong! I studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people, the country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So at the very least, I like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that. Give me a little time, please. Huh? I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. We can find some clues. It will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Should get going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Alright. Briar Road. 19th of February, Briar Road. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, see one with my own eyes. They were often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamed I'd come this close to a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have tried on one day. Well, I hope your hatty dream comes true. Alright, I guess the hats are really mystical. Oh, hi! What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson! This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the Holden South then? What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like stick together, I suppose. Do what you will. Don't bother me. Looks in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and verdicts of foregone conclusion. Oh, the stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart, London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. You know, I feel like it's I feel like I've been corrupted by Danganronpa. Anytime there's a case like this that involves stabbing, my mind jumps to, what are the chances that they did this to themselves? And that, if you know what I mean, you know. And every single time in one of these cases there's something like that, that's just what I think about. And I hate it. Oh, that's Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well formed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. I'll just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it, wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone. Damn, she is dedicated to riding in one. No, I wasn't being serious. You're welcome, Rube. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. You've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Well, no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure that it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Oh. Your soul will have zero escape. It doesn't help that that one case sometimes just lives rent-free in my head. That one chapter. I will never get over it. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it is a very wide open space, isn't it? That's true, I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. That chapter is my favorite chapter in any Danganronpa game. So, I do agree. Which is partly why the thought of someone stabbing themselves is such a prevalent forethought whenever it comes to this. Which is such a bad thing out of context, but... I mean, I guess with context it's not really any better, is it? I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. What are you foreigners doing here? Ah! Oh, we were, just investigating scene-offs. Conspiring with that mustache fella from Japan, are ya? Conspiring? You're here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you an item. Go on! Shoot us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience. Guess you could say it's a sharp assumption to make. True. Very true. What a delightful snowman. Okay, so something just occurred to me. this is gonna be so random, but the investigations where you're playing with perspective, right? Where you're looking around to see new things. I just figured out why they do that. I don't know why I didn't piece it together sooner, but I just figured it out. Not because I recently learned the Great Ace Attorney Adventures and Resolve, they are 3DS games. And to make use of the 3D gimmick, they had the whole perspective stuff. It all makes sense. I don't know why that just occurred to me, but I get it now. Didn't realize English had a tradition of making women as well. It looks so creepy though. Oh, it has a scarf look. You need one if you're out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. No, Rube, I didn't actually. Not until recently. I mean, I figured they were game ports from something, but I had no idea what because I never looked into it. I basically knew nothing other than when I saw this game on the Steam page. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely someone here wouldn't miss his, but the person who made someone certainly would. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. I think that's everything. Inspector Grayson, can I show you this? Am I supposed to know what that is? I've never seen that insignia before. It's worn by defense lawyers in the Empire of Japan as a symbol of their profession. In other words, it's a worthless trinket here in Great Britain. Oh no, it's very important to me. It shows my spirit. An English gentleman keeps things like his spirit very much himself, I'll have you know. Oh. Don't give up, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too late, he's crushed my spirit already. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. Yard? Most sophisticated police organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know, I've already dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. Does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. Certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? In London, Bobby is hard going, I tell you. Really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep, raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself, and going back a bit. I had no idea. Bobby works for the people of town. Just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he had the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. And I suppose in between all the duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well? And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. Not sure you'd call it in between exactly, more alongside. But yes. They're expected to handle the jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. That is genuinely rough. Damn. No, he dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo-san. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. Victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is that right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in hospital. Never said she is a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means I haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's yard policy to give lawyer defendant suspects the odd bit of information. Go on. I haven't actually accepted a job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. A street map of the local area showing where the victim was found. Stabbed there, then. Huh. As far as we know, there's no one else on scene other than victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming to not have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can't be sure nobody else was at present. Or she could have stabbed herself, although that's a very awkward angle. Sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can't be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. It what? We have got two very reliable witnesses, no less. It's a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. They're witnesses now? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Oh, gosh. A policeman? That might change things. This policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked. Nothing peculiar about that, man. Part and parcel of being a bobby, catching them begging the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. I've got no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh, yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that he was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing it up for? Was it something I said? Color drained from his cheeks. Who did you hear that name from? Well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. Said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle! Huh? The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at scene of crime, wandering around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He has a great help Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble. Oh. You ever seen this before? Yeah, that's a Ron's magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tale at all. Well, I suppose there's an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be fumbled by the public think that obnoxious detective means as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Aren't you going to defend him or not? Well, Ain't no different to me, but I'll just say this. No landlord with his salt would touch that case with a bird pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It just wasting time trying. It is all a bit strange though. Sorry? The Reaper, he hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. The only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones. That's right, he handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, sunshine. Yes, the young woman was sad, but didn't kill her, couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself. At tomorrow's trial. Are you really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. The Grim Reaper. Don't worry, we're probably going to be hearing more about the Grim Reaper. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes? What is it? Well, it seemed to me that we must speak with him about this. Thank you for the hydrate. I need it. And for the stretch. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. Get those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address. It's Baker Street. How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We'd better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hoorah! I'll summon a carriage. An omnibus, hopefully. So we're to have a reunion already with the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Cat, am I gonna be ready for this? Because I don't think I am. Thank you again for this. Don't mention it. I had someone at yard fish it out for me, but in the end I didn't need it. Oh? Well, case could hardly be simpler, could it? I don't need map to work out what happened. You can throw it away when you're done with it. Ugh, cold. And I'll ever be ready for Sholmes. I'll be the decider of that. Can we really visit, do you think? Oh, pinch me, I'm sure I must be dreaming. I love the music in that last area, by the way.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
That was a jump scare. 19th of February, 12:53 p.m. Sholmes Suite. You love Herlock, he's such a treat. Well, perfect timing because we're right about to get into more and let's he's fun, but also drives me up the wall a little bit. Also, welcome on in, Cyrus. You're just in time for the show. So this is where the great detective makes his living. Feels surreal to be here somehow. By the way, I lurked in your stream a little. How did Xenoblade X treat you? Oh no. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So if you don't mind. Well, you just have 3 more Findy missions before you start Chapter 10. Alright. Wait, what are the missions, which of them have surprised you? Which have been the most notable? Because X's affinity missions and side quests in general are just amazing. I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. Ah, she's obsessed. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anyone home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Oh, hey, it's you. Hello, is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello? Wait. Aren't you? Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. Yeah, murder so foul, or whatever it was, like, Murder Most Foul, I think. One of my favorite side quests. I love that. Yeah, Murder Most Foul. I also love how you, in order to get the good ending of it, you just have to stumble across someone casually teaching people how to defuse a bomb. Yeah, it's one of the few normal missions where it's not something you accept, but you just come across. It's so intense. Really sets the mood. It's the same girl. Mrs. Hado, did you see the girl who was here before? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the king of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. You're so glad that you spent so much time wandering around NLA and gathering info. Yeah, seriously. It's also nice because you can get that information like a few chapters before it's relevant. So it's not like the game necessarily hides it from you. Because if you don't defuse the bomb, then you still end up busting the person who did it, but the man on helping you doesn't know of the extra poison and perishes, and it's so sad. So, that whole thing was just sad. The king of Bavaria? King Wilhelm Gottreich Sigismund von Ormstrich, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you. I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. Ah, there you are. Taking that with you as well. I'm looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The girl who turned up at the end of McGilda's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Are you having to get straight to work when you're only just arrived in London? Oh yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is he supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell me about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, Shirley? Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after a trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet both of you. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley. Iris, is it? What a lovely name. You know, this just reminds me of freaking... What is her name? La Brava? La Brava, and then the other dude? What was his name? I can't remember. I can't remember. I'm losing my mind. The gentle villain, I think his name? Gentle, something like that. But yeah, those two, I just got reminded of that dynamic. The young genius with pink hair, helping the older man, who uses, her creations. Yeah, gentle. Don't worry, you're not adding a counter for Iris jump scares either. Alright. Probably for the best. He can't be as chaotic. Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What is the matter with Shisada-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruto, a lawyer from Japan. Sorry. I'm Mr. Naruto, judicial assistant to Sato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. What have we gotten ourselves into, chat? You like this fireplace? It's one of the best things I've seen since we've arrived in this country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching flames flicker and dance in the grate. Oh, it's so relaxing. We can't relax not when there are so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. Oh, just as it was described in the stories. It is? Yes, exactly. Inside that Persian slipper, for example, are my chocolates for elephants. Eleventhans. Okay, Evanses. That's weird. And transfixed by that large jackknife is my shopping list for the market. Oh, it's not quite how I remembered being described in the Adventure of Sherlock Holmes. Poor Shisada-san, she looks crushed. Oh no, her dreams are about to crumble. There's all sorts of these shelves, chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. I keep telling Early not to cram so much on those shelves. Good advice? He wanted to look something up in one of those books a while ago. But it was so tightly wet and he couldn't get it out, so he went and bought a new copy instead. Damn. Looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. Seemed very sturdy with an equally sturdy lock. Mr. Naruto, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. How did you come to that conclusion? Oh, that chest. It contains some of my most valuable things. That smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue what they are. Mr. Shu, a curious hammer, and some mysterious instrument, a bust of Napoleon. Ah, what an enticing collection. This is the first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old shoe displayed as an ornament. Oh, those are all mementos that Hurley has collected from his past cases. Really, even the bust? Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust. The poor defenseless emperor? Mr. Trump destroys it? Yes, and then he buys a new one. Make it sound like he had the temperament of an insane sculptor. Ah, how entrancingly bohemian of him. Oh, gosh. This is almost overload, honestly, but you know what? This music, I can get behind it. How is there so much? What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine? That's the great analytoscope, and it can't analyze anything, really, anything at all. That's incredible. It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it would help him with his investigations. What sort of things has he analyzed with it, do you know? Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet. Oh. Why not? Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him. I don't actually have anything I need to analyze. Oh dear. How about you, Runo? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze? The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. Ah, I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it? Of course it is. Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing. Really? Absolutely. It's often explained in stories. It's inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational. I immediately started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find. What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London. Oh, yes, well... Pop was beaming when I asked him if he'd buy me one, but after a while he asked if I would only practice when he is out of the house. So now it's merely an ornament in my room. That must have been an awkward conversation. Oh my god, I got an achievement. 50% of players have this. For having examined the violin for talking with Iris about the Wilson topic in episode 4. Damn. I don't know why. That's an achievement, but we take those, I guess. You know, they should have let us examine every object in the room. What a beautiful English tea set, and so neatly arranged. You forgot that's even an achievement and you have all the achievements for the game. Did you do a second pass through, or did you just get all of them first time around? Like a champ? Favorite pastime of mine, a cup of herbal tea in the afternoon. Tea made of herbs? That's right, I grow all sorts of herbs in gardens. I can experiment with different blends. One moment, don't go away. I'll brew a sort of the special blend I came up with earlier today. He looks delighted. Only hope it's safe to drink. Hi, that's my blackboard where I note down ideas. Oh, interesting. Let's see. Black Peter? What does that mean? Don't you want to hear what Iris has to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll come back to that blackboard later. First time with the exception of single achievement in the 5th case of this game, which happened to have save only 10 minutes away from it. Huh. Very nice. That's a charming little white shelf, and full of charming little bottles, too. Oh, yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode. Explode? And are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them for exciting experiments? Yes, indeed, as our lead always says. Chemistry is an explosive science. Sorry? I agree, a single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation around the world. Or perhaps he just meant it literally. Either way, mental note, do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris. What on earth is that big black lump over there? Ah, that's a fascinating thing. It's called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quickly, too. Oh, that sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. Ooh, and second gave us all 20 save slots that you have all full saves around. Damn. I mean, hey, that's very good use. They are there to be used, to say the least. I think that's everything. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it, at the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right, you were ever so helpful, thank you so much. Oh no, not at all, I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. At the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this. Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Guinea. Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly, so I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Guinea back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Haley, of course, silly. Why does I sometimes sound like a man on? Are you referring to the way she speaks or the way I do her voice? Because, I can't do that many different nuanced voices. I'll just say that much. Yes, Sherlock. Sherlock Sholmes, we live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. I think you think you just heard you see in your mind instantly went man on. I mean, that is very valid. They love their UCs and their release and all of that. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he is my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive, aren't they? So the solution is share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Isn't it? Your roommate? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around, you see. I do see. I don't know what the story is there. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Rant's magazine, don't you? Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read all over the world. Aren't they? Your stories? That's right. Hurley's always solving such amazing cases, you see. And he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. Don't you agree? It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night he was telling me all about a new case he had just solved on a steamship but traveling from a faraway land, right? So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came, you see? So you are the author. Yes, I'll let you in on secret if you'd like. I'm going to call this latest adventure the Speckled Band. Rube, don't worry. Just normal man-on speech. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Don't tell me the chapter names are Herlock himself, like titles in his stories. Or or titles in his style of stories, because if so, oh no. Of course, I always change one or two details in stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Trump's first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course, I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the fact of the case exactly, but it's a story, isn't it? Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? What do you mean to say? Are the stories about Mr. Shum that are published in Rand's magazine are written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. Isn't that right? But all stories I've ever read are written by a Doctor of Medicine? Medicine by Dr. John H. Wilson. Misato-san's getting more and more worked up. Yes, that's me. Don't you see? I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the Doctor of Medicine part? That's all true too. I am a Doctor of Medicine, right? Oh, at 10 years old? At 10 years old? Well, that's quite incredible. But, Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Yes. I did alter the settings slightly for the story to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san, she looks like her whole world had just fallen apart. Okay, I need to recheck some... I need to see if there's any new dialogue here. I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called violin, isn't it? Of course, Mr... Let's see. Oh. That's right, I just sort of slipped that in. You did what, Iris? I didn't really give it a lot of thought and just started adding it to the stories. Yes, Mr. Trump's exceptional violin playing has been mentioned a number of times. But the truth is, Hurley had barely touched a violin in his life up to that point. Oh. Of course, people started asking him to play for them after my stories were published, and he wasn't able to tell them he didn't know how. What did he do? He went straight to the pawn shop and bought himself a very nice violin, and then he practiced until his fingers were very nearly dropped off. That's why he's so highly strung. Before I knew it, he'd become rather good. The greatness of the great detective really shone with that experience, I think. It was great deception, that's for sure. I see why there's an achievement now. Alright. Wait, Iris, are the stories from the adventures of Herlock Sholmes? Yes, everyone typed on this trusty machine. Oh my goodness, how wonderful! Susato-san looks like she's been shown into the Tokyo Imperial Palace Gardens. Yeah, her whole worldview is just dying. About before. Yes, what's on your mind, Bruno? Do tell me. How do you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all that? Oh, that's what you mean. That's right. Please tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin, shall we? As Wilson is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh god, here we go. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I? I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You're given that when you visited the local prison beat with suspect, weren't you, earlier today? They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. He's actually pretty smart. However, neither of you was wearing a particular sad expression on your face, and concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, do you know had that fancy Japanese sword? And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourself, so I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. Iris is actually just straight up smart. Damn. There's only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Full marks? There's a note on the mantelpiece that said the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing a note with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to manage the certain something of Mr. Sholm's delivery. Oh, well, I just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. Great deductions. God damn it. God damn it. Could tell us about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please. Yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying. Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after sea voyage, but police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective's popular man, it seems. Apparently a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There are witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking suited man running away from the scene. The short, shifty-looking souped man was a Natsume beyond any doubt. Toseki-san said he didn't see anybody else on the street at all, but seemed there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking suited man shivering in fear. Oh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. No, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely, we have no time to investigate properly. Hurley said that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I didn't realize the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court, don't you know? Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on for a suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. You happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guess, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Oh, well, I expect Hurley's still investigating the scene. But the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he's going to the mayor's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody in that case. Give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and postcard, it seems. A card for Inspector Gregson with a message on the back from Iris. It reads, to tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Can confirm. Can't find anything out of place. Oh. Aisha's little handwriting is adorable, isn't it? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Yes, the handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there. I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it. Don't think it'll just make him munch piping hot chips until the steam comes out of his ears, do you? Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome. Make for something funny, I guess. This is 5-shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown. Yes, and you can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with just a single one. Ours must be the most powerful 10-year-old in the world. How much is 5 shillings, by the way? What's it really worth? Well, it's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month. That's greasy. Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Wow, that's a to be continued point. What is waiting for us beyond it? Well, I suppose with that, now's a perfect time to go on break. So thank you all so much for watching. We are at 2 hours in. I do need to step away, refill my water, stretch, do anything else I need to do to keep myself up and cared for, and to give you all the chance to do the same. The Sholmes in question, I hope you're all ready for it, because I am. That's actually a lie, I'm never ready. Anyways, I'll be gone for 10-15ish minutes. That's usually how it is. While I'm away, some ads will play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls and you won't be missing any actions. I appreciate the understanding. And when we come back, we're going to be continuing into our investigation. fueled by the power of metal pipes. Bye-bye for now. 19th of February, 2:38 p.m. Briar Road. Looks as though the police are still here, carrying out with their investigation. Perfect, so let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Also, welcome on in, Reaper. Hopefully you're doing well. I still really like this song. Thanks for the metal pipe. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm tired, sir. I'm very busy, man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me from her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Ah! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? I think he's a little crazy for her. What was that coin exactly? Silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see, you mean. That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Okay, that's actually really sweet of her. Like, genuinely. Also, I have to officially report we have cat gaming going on. My cat has made himself on home on my lap. Fortunately, I cannot show, but he is here and he is very happy. Yes, of course I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never mind you that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. Trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustache Japanese fellow? He lives in a right old hovel, just over there, look. On the first floor in that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up. Why is the bicycle wrecked? That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, landlord is a Mr. John Garadab. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it, you tell her that Gregson sends his very, very best wishes. But don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. The Queen of England. Here is the Queen of London, and it's Iris Wilson. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Oh, a British bicycle, look. Although, the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Some must have been doing some breakneck cycling. Seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even movement changed women's dress to allow them to ride as well. Bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness, you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not like that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off the firm ground seems reckless. If you'd ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me. Yeah, bicycles are more effective as weapons. Of course. I wholeheartedly agree. You'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. Look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Well, yes, but they're all filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment. There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though. Oh dear, everything feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. That bicycle is the aftermath of Street Fight. Without a doubt, Rube. If only there's a Yakuza game in London. It's only a matter of time. We just need a Mafia spin-off of... What is a London Mafia even called? Is there a London Mafia? Now I'm curious. Okay, there's a few ones here. Nothing insane, but there's a few. That's called the knife bin. So true. That's rather typical buildings, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. According to Inspector Gregson, that is the house where Mr. Natsume has lodgings. Just across the road from where the incident took place, I see. It must be awful for Soseki-san getting caught up in something like this in a foreign land. There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disperses with all the snow. I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. Seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed in all black. I worry Kotoman might not see you, and you could be flattened by horses. Well, thank you for the rather small concern. Clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? With dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as Foggy London Town. I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's still being built, though. Aha, yes, that must be the Crystal Tower being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides in the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. I feel like this thing's gonna come back in the final case of this game. To be the largest exposition in history, is it? I can't even begin to imagine. We still haven't been here yet. I wonder what awaits us. The lodgings of Mr. Soseki Natsume, according to the information gleaned from Inspector Gregson. It looks ransacked. 19th of February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. May I help you? Yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Karibed? Indeed it would, sir. And who, may I say, is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I am... Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? I'd very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Gerideb. You see that, Mrs. Sato? That is real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in England, English society employs a number of household staff. But that is the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. Certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Gary Deb. We'll see you now. This way. You seem familiar. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after, though. That old thing? Pah! Not much better than rags, really. Oh? Well, that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past. Me would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the old odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I'd say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. What, that old thing? Sorry? I'd be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn his grave if I dispose of it. The wall's the best place for it, keeps the dolly thing out of my way. So it's just been polished shine by accident, I suppose? There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself, look. Let me see, it says for distinguished participation. I just noticed something very peculiar. You'll get to that later. Look, and it sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I'd given that for my time in the army. Can't measure any officer by number of medals to his name, of course, common knowledge in military circles. I'll get to that. I'll point that out after this, here, in a moment. Are those mortar shells? They're enormous. I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here? Those old things, couple of rounds accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of a colorful regiment folklore, that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They're only scrap iron after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe, but you never know when things might come in useful, do you? Useful for what exactly? Yes, well. John here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she's dusting. Oh no. I hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know. Maybe you consider throwing them away? This over here is, pretty burnt up, and it looks recent. I'm not gonna examine it yet, but... Alright, you know what? Screw it. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. I think it's hiding something. It certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look, just a little peek. Ahem, ahem. Maybe let's not miss this auto. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem, ahem. Definitely something suspicious. Melted candle. Whoa, that is... Did this place suffer a burn or something? I guess, yeah. That's a full-size cannon. What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica. That old thing? Bah, that's little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off in our time, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when then we might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon bat in the house. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. Do you think there might be trouble brewing, Mr. Gerdap? Always is, take John here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Drive them over the barrel, you see. They drive very well on the cannon there, John tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. I've been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. Don't worry, in the future I will make sure to elaborate even less. I noticed you have a pile of books here, Mr. Gary Deb. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. Oh, there's a copy of Ron's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Gary Deb enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. That portrait of Mr. Gary Deb is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Gary Deb as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. You seem to come back from local pawnbroker with that little string kit. Seem to come back? What do you mean? Chap who runs the place's Bally Wizard went in selling something and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now that I think about it, I'd rather often find myself leaving a place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplusage to requirements. His son doesn't pull her punches. Or her throws for that matter. Dang it, you know rule 0.96. When found with rule 9.6, always count argument with elaborating lesson instead of none. I studied up my law. But of course only... I hate how when you said that, my first thought was Xenoblade 2's Salvager code. I don't want to think about what Salvager's code 9.6 would even be. Something, I want to think on that, because I'm sure I could cook up something horrible. The Salvager code always remains burned into my memory. We did all think everything 96 related, actually. True. Simpler that way in the end, isn't it? This window looks out over Briar Road where the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. Glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Is the thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. Seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the instant then. Oh, look! Oh yeah, we found where the missing candle is. What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? It looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Gary Deb's custom to make 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally, and it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Gary Deb doesn't eat, I say to myself, John, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser, isn't it delightful? Although the shelf seems to be broken and the crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that in Chinaware justice. I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. I don't think there would be a wall there at all. Yes, probably something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here. This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say? Rubber cannonballs! Oh gosh. I guess, yeah, a rubber cannonball could do that. Just like rubber bullets are the key to everything in getting someone off a murder of 18 counts. Anyway, yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. That old thing is just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Give him crack, really. Oh, even when I studied, don't you know, for my commission. Not so old, hardly worth hanging on to, really, but well, still has some uses sometimes. Of course. Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it? They're memories, Mr. Nuttholder, memories. not enough to interact with. I'm disappointed. Good day to you. John Garydub at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pain, but I had to withdraw from service, handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. He's a retired soldier. Hell of a job getting up and downstairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, do you think so? Well, Mr. Garydub, no doubt you're very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. Medal's just folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, thus I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. But don't you fetch it down, Joan, and let these good people see it properly. Go fetch it! Ah! Dash it all, woman, be careful! Oh, dearie me, I beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only two, please, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here lightly. We forged in lines with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rance magazine here, so... Anyway, the chap's investigating of the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's about the Bali nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss, it's jolly unsettling. Alright, what about Natsume? About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garydub, please do tell us. Yes, the Japanese chap, only been lodging here for a week. Just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then? I have two lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. First floor room became available a week ago. You see, dash it all on, do be careful. Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Okay, so it seems she's intentionally pouring the stuff to stop him from speaking. Which is... So already I'm suspicious of this maid. Maybe the suspect didn't stab herself. Maybe this maid has something to do with it. And yeah, infinite T for all the silencing. You want to know my opinion? I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking, looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweet-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, John, that man is terrible. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. Won't be calling this maid as witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes, indeed there was. She's dying to tell us. I don't trust her for a damn second. Had you noticed anything else all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room, absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trops off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh, I was thinking the same thing. I understand that neither lodger lives on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yes, they're both below us on the first and street level. Then how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise time that they come back in the evening, for example, even the time they go to bed? Yep. I knew it. She had something against Natsume. Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. I don't think she was doing anything to silence. I don't think she's even trying to draw attention away from the fact that she knows all of that. I think she was just letting off steam. That's why she did it. See, that incident took place around 5 in the evening. Do you happen to look out the window around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. Yeah, Garrett deserves better. Since it took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street, was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrett household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, John? No, sir, it would have been dusk outside already at that tower. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well? Yes, was there something then? Yep, there it is. For the love of God, John, watch what you're doing. What do you mean? What have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Nerohalo. Yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garrett? The way you're talking before sounded like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it's just a trifling matter of— Ah! John, dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite nothing happened. We sat down to quite an uneventful meal. John? That's right, Mr. Garrett. What is the matter with these two? Sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. Could we at least ask him to give us some peace with the maid? I'm sure what would happen though, she would just dunk him in tea and he'd be like, ah, no, I need my trusty maid who would never do me any wrong. Dunk more tea on me, woman. Naruholo is really funny, actually. I agree, Naruholo. I can hear the resemblance. I wish I knew. We get a peace with the maid, we will be dying due to tea. Peace from the maid, rather. But I think if anything, she would in fact take us to like lower floor and then drown us in tea. You're right about that. Can you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly just below us on the first floor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak. Yes, told me not his name had had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged in Mr. Shom's services? That's a blatant lie. Well, it'd be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. Just go down the flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Oh no. I'm terrified. A small darkroom rented by a visiting scholar from the Empire of Japan by the name of Soseki Natsume. Alright, I think this is a good time to call stream. I'm kidding. We're going in. February 19th, Mr. Natsume's room. Well, look at this place! And smell it! It's so musty in here! I suppose it's the mounds of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in my life. No, me neither. So dark in here, too. That the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes, once upon a time. But for some reason it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garydeb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. I 100% was mashing that right D-pad because I figured he'd be over there, but I guess not. Sholmes unjump scare, surprisingly enough. And dang it, we found the one person that's always late to everything because they have no windows. Also applies to the second, or the ground floor. They also don't have any windows. It's horrible. Creature. Hi, creature. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away? I don't know about that. He'd speared into that pile of books as quickly as a flash. It was tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That made me feel homesick now. Already, we've only been in the country for 2 days. Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. Bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Manaki and Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I want a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. Not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word! Why are my eyes such a giveaway? There appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. Wonder what it's for. There's slots for inserting coins in here, too. Oh, I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter? Yes, it seems there's piped gas in this district which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. If we were to put a coin on the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights and gasifier for the whole night. So if you're too poor to have coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold. That's right, as would a rich man who only carried a crisp white notes. London is a scary place. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reached the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. This volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. Bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly did expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. So that all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So really it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. There's two possibilities. One, they wanted to save on, heating and all of that, because a brick wall would objectively be better at insulation than a glass window, especially in this era. Or two, this wall just got bricked up within the last 24 hours, which is a terrifying prospect. Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on in a fit of whimsy. Oh, that's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, lack of ventilation in here makes this place oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. Idea 3, the brick window lobster. The lobsters are getting good at brick building. We're in danger, chat. We can never escape the lobsters. That does seem to be wedged into a crevice between the mounds of books on either side. I have to, Rube. I just have to. It's necessary. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat, but surrounded on all sides by these tiring old tomes, surely dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and they purchased 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. Your books moment. That's Dave's instant. That's just a short while before he's embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Alright, a receipt discovered in Mr. Natsume's room for some books that he had purchased from a second-hand bookshop before the incident occurred. Your books, 17th of February, 4:45 p.m. Customer Mr. Natsume, sum of 2 shillings, tendered receipt of picture of Monsieur Leclerc, a meal for Gabordio and Canterbury Yearning. You hate that you're only now noticing all the puns in the game. Oh, we love to see it. We do. This is the nice thing about these second playthroughs. It also probably helps having me physically speak out words. Looks like that's everything over here. God damn it. The way he just so silently there. Alright. Ah! Look, Mr. Naruto! It's him, the great Sholmes! Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? He seemed to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, you too. Good day, good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we're together at the SS Bootia. Yes, of course, the Bootia. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Sogi. He died tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Sogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh. Well, you seem to remember something of it at least. See, I should have expected it, but here's the thing. I was expecting us to, like, go into a deeper part of the room, which is why I had avoided that spot, but... Oh, god damn it. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely accorded in my brain addict. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Shisado! Probably the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. Same difference. In truth, I'd hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to crime scene. It is an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. They apprehended Soseki-san in that short of amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one brain addict has elastic walls that and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate penned them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what earnest expression. My dear madame, I should only be too pleased. In this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Okay, there's nothing over there anyways. Mr. Naruhodo, please, despite aspersion to the contrary, I am a professional if I am to unleash my deductive powers on that trinket. I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash. Oh, I don't need you to make any deductions about it. I'm just wondering if you might know. Mr. Naruhodo, as a professional, I insist that if I am to offer my opinion on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash. I believe Mr. Sholmes has his eye on an expensive copy of the complete works of Shakespeare. Yes, to stand on the stage amid rapturous applause, it has long been a dream of mine, as you know. I literally had no idea. Have you seen this, Mr. Sholmes? Shh. I must have silence. It is of the utmost importance when I am in the throes of deduction that nothing irrelevant distracts me. Sorry. Cloudy changing to fair, perhaps. You're in the throes of deducing the weather? Ah, the receipt for the books our stooped Japanese friend purchased. I uncovered that yesterday morning, a marvelous find, wouldn't you agree? Oh yes, the work of a truly great detective. What a scatterbrained individual he must be to have left it behind. Seriously, there's no mention of this publication on the receipt. Odd when you consider how fascinating it is. You mean not everyone in London buys a Rance magazine every time they visit a shop? Yes, odd indeed. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, how expertly you slipped that into the conversation. Ah, I'm glad you agree. Detective stories can be great works of literature too, my dear fellow. Alright, I think we've talked enough. Let's get the hell out of here. I'm kidding, of course. Mr. Natsume's arrest. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted him in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Breer Road. Natsume, yes, I believe it was named rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Hisato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he's looking at Susato-san squarely in the eyes while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I've quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing the crime scene. There are a number of books scattered on the pavement at scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. Okay, so an actual valid deduction again. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you, but it is aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in the bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Gary Depp, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. It was the first time I ever met a mate from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read it as much in my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not a household employs maid has come to broken the societal standing of the dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between middle and lower class, being able to afford just one maid is the first importance. I had no idea, and it's for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs, specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Gary Deb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow's hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on circumstances of this case, I am as yet to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. He actually seems kind of competent now, and it's scary. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot it is to dwell in a place such as this will stab someone sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why there's no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked off with bricks. I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. What? Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps rapidly closed the windows up, while the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. As well as Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging. Okay, I want to check. I do. The London windows. Let's see. First imposed in England. It is intended to be a progressive tax in that houses with a smaller number of windows, initially 10, were subject to a 2-shilling house tax but exempt from the windows tax. Houses with more than 10 windows were liable for additional taxes, which increased in line with the number of windows. The poor, who were more likely to live in houses with fewer windows, were therefore, in theory, taxed less. This principle generally worked when applied to the rural poor, but failed to alleviate the tax burden on the urban poor. In towns and cities, it was unusual for the working classes to live in individual houses. They would usually live in large tenement buildings, which, however, they had been subdivided, were considered to be one dwelling house under the terms of tax, and therefore subject to a heavy window tax assessment. As it was the landlord, the property owner, who is subject to tax, windows in tenement buildings were often boarded up, and the new buildings were constructed without sufficient window accommodation. And it was all, damn, yeah, real thing. That is crazy. Damn. You feel sorry for people that couldn't see the Big Ben through their windows and were stuck and frozen in time. I mean, first of all, it's cool that, or rather, it's impressive that they stuck to this level of detail, right? And made sure to incorporate this, but also, damn, that is such a horrible tax, especially since the entire building is constituted as it. Meaning that even if these windows were boarded up, only a small portion of the tax would be removed. It appears so. I've done a little digging. And discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Never know what other taxes wait you in London. That goes for anywhere in the world. Yes, that is correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. I actually have something I need to double check right now. Because I read something. If I can't find a source, I won't bother saying it, but... Okay. Yeah, after a quick search, I can't find anything, so never mind on that, but taxes can be rough. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, didn't you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well, I congratulate you, sir, on ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it really made me question things. Am I right to believe my clients to trust their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can't state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owned this property is hiding something. Yep. And especially the maid. Mr. Garydab is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. Oh, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garydab's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be relevant or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. He actually seemed pretty earnest there. Busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Alright, so I found something about it. Alright, so, in what I was gonna mention before was in Japan, there's gonna be a new tax introduced. In 2026, I believe. So Japan, as many people may know, is currently undergoing a bit of a crisis because people just don't want families. They don't want to have children. And the reasons why for that is a very complex topic that I have in no right way to speak on. However, Japan has presented a new solution to this crisis, which is the single tax. If you are single, you get an extra tax. That's basically the gist of it. I'm sure that's not gonna help, but I guess we can't really say for sure. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, so true. To be or not to be? That is indeed the question, Mr. Naruhodo. To be or not to be brushed off, that is the question, and the answer is all too clear. Let's leave Mr. Sholmes in peace, shall we? So Triana decided that was a good idea then. Yeah, seriously. Look, as I said, I have no right to speak on the true, depth of matters as to why that is. But I know, the affordability of having a family is not exactly the, that is not exactly something to overlook in Japan. And trying to force people into having a family is not going to work. But again, that is a very complex topic I cannot speak on other than who the hell thought that was a good idea. "19th of February, Mr. Garydab's room. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, John. Now then, wife. For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bally well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garydab is hiding something, and since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us At the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. He just popped in there. He just popped. God damn it. God damn it. What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes. Haha, we meet again, my dear fellows. You know, I want to say the kind of voice I'm trying to do with Sholmes is I'm trying to give him like, how do you do, my fellow kids vibes. That's the kind of thing I want to do, because it feels like it would fit him perfectly. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Hello, Sholmes, sir. At your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I'm given to watching the evening sky at the sunsets, madame. Yet sadly cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such an observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, human eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruto. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of certain great detectives. Great mind. Perspective time? Wait, he's not talking about, is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruto. I think so. There's just enough time for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let's conclude in the matter before dark. Let's do it! Mr. Gardup, though it would seem you are a military man of considerable distinguished service. Your standing as landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I've been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first, that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second, that the result of beasts of violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruto, look. The old man's broken out in cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Shump's conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. I know only all too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The great deduction, the game is afoot. Topic number 1, nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take great detective to see that a fearsome beast had been on the rampage of late with these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Currydeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed to be that lion statue. Huh? I think I know where this is going. Yes, although an army man, you appear unimposing at best, and a fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What a piffle, I might ask you. And then your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. Well, we already know he didn't buy it, so this is a load of bollocks. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traits of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, Yet as we look around the beast and question failed to present itself, where could this angry creature have been dispersed to, madame? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garydeb, at Batty Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I've observed the tenant tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I've made my point. I think it was the stray cat, probably. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to circus will now reveal lions prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Conclusion: a rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic 2. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garydeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feeling for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Not that man, I simply. But what we must ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And you need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contained another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. I have nothing to do with this. Don't get me dragged into your bills thing, Cholmes. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath, which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet there. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Oh no. This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. You're wondering I have settled upon the answer very neatly. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need to look at the Tower of Cakes. There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than the beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I saw once in India. I don't believe he's been to India. Close enough. Not on carpet, not on by the starving lion. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Ah! What's the matter with you, John? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Garydeb. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deduction can be startling sharp. It's the end reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelation can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again? Well, your deduction just now, do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room this size? Indeed, it is only an explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garydeb and his maid would have been hurt or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against this beast using that large cannon. He's seeming a lot less grounded this time after leaving that room. Thought you said that they sold the line to the circus. What about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing, but I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Mrs. Sato, occurred to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Miss Naruhodo, let's your turn shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. Side massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it. Excellent, I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction. Step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering truth is always worthwhile, whatever their motivation. At least that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1. Nature of the beast. Certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast had been on rampage of late within these four walls. Also, I don't trust myself, so... Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Kurideb, has led us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here, revealed by that lion statue. You really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Kurideb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with very fierce nature, but couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Kurideb's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Oh. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Kurideb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. Wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Glass is broken so you can't see the bride's face at all, but no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. Looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. What really did cause the damage? I mean, I guess... What did they have to say about the mortar shells? Although they haven't been moved, I just want to see that. These are shells for the cannon, aren't they? What changed place to keep them? Imagine they have some significance to Mr. Kurideb from his time in the army. Of course, he mentioned the battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said that he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him. Around that side that hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it. Or Mr. Kurideb, for that matter. Mr. Sholmes had a Persian slipper. This man had spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. Really, all I can see is the photo. So I'll just go with that, I guess? Can't have been the mortar shell.
Take that!
Okay, yeah. Okay, so hold on. It was the mortar shell? Are you really telling me someone freaking... Are you really telling me someone launched a freaking mortar shell into that?
Take that!
No? Okay. Wait, I have no idea then. Okay. Maybe there's something else I need to figure out. Just what is it? What is... Okay, let's see. Well, this land statue that Mr. Schulm picked out, because I figured that the picture frame was gonna make it go different routes, but I guess not. Yes, I wonder. Perhaps if you did live with Lion, it would prove to be a rather sweet companion. I think that's like a mouse trying to tell his family that cat around the house is sweet. Suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it? Anyways, beasts were looking for something else. Let's have a good look around. Let's look at these again. Oh, I could present the actual thing here.
Take that!
Okay, so the picture framer was right. The true nature of beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruto. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, the framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Gary Depp. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed, surely anyone of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching it to a point. Too late, the fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room. But your wife, Mr. Gary Depp. Oh no. The chilling traits of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have dispersed to? Madame, I think I know where this is going. Me? I bet you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. The poor fragile defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Jones is quite right. There's no sign of a Miss Deb anywhere. But it does seem like there may be a clue as to where her whereabouts. Clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Gyardeb's wife could be. Ah, yeah. She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. It's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. Looks like it's on there for life, too. I can't imagine it'd slide off finger that size. That's something to think, Mr. Naruto, not to say. You know, Mr. Gyardeb's wife in photograph had a ring very much like this one. There's a large sunflower design as well. Really, you have great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. Quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it? Too tightly shut eye to avoid even chance of giveaway glance. First to prevent any secrets from spilling out. Rounded cheeks to deflect any abuse that might be hurled her way. Yes, this is an unnervingly powerful woman, Miss Susato. It's your turn, afraid that's unnerving, Mr. Naruhodo. It certainly does appear to be a circus handbill poking out from her pocket. Batty Circus, currently performing shows in a park not too far from here. Don't think. Curly was scared to tell his wife to the circus. I said, Naruhodo, how could you even think of such a thing? I was only joking. Besides, I would have gone with you think he fed her to his pet lion. That's somehow worse. What a charming little teapot, and it's in pristine condition. Dawn has been pouring some deliciously fragrant tea from it for Mr. Gyarados, hasn't she? Well, not so much for Mr. Gyarados, as on Mr. Gyarados, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't dream of drawing attention to it. Alright.
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does, that a flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Gyarados' bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Gyarados' lucky bride. You are Miss Gyarados herself. Oh my word. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is wife, yes? My John. Rather let herself go, you might say, but it would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I assume, therefore, you haven't sufficient means to employ maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. As second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment, a man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. In my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Gary Deb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely, am I right, Mr. Gary Deb? Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. The raging wife of Mr. Gyarados. Solved. But we're not over yet, the aftermath. Now, Mr. Gyarados. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders, the pain you feel of being revealed on that supporting arm. But Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Gyarados' wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Miss Gyarados is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps the sporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance to it then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gyarados' pain is tangible, though. What could that pose really signify? Slap cheek. Oh my, look at that bright red mark! Gosh, that's quite something, and clearly made by someone's hand. Oh no, they got into a fight. Yes, Mr. Gyarados has been slapped on the face, it seems hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say. Perspective jump scare, of course. That's a very large pipe, isn't it? Yes, anyone who had something that size hanging out of his or her mouth on a regular basis is sure to have serious chin like Mr. Gyarados. But what's that white binding around it all about? Huh. Mr. Gyarados certainly looks glum. According to Mr. Schulm's deduction, that's because he's having to endure the acute pain of losing something dear to him. But we know that he hasn't lost his wife, so that means there must be another cause for the pain he's suffering. Surely we can point at the ring and be like, his marriage is just the fatal flaw. Alright, we already know what it is.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame John Gardeb? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide that slap mark on your cheek, sir. How the blazes! How did you work that out, man? Nothing escaped the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. The one, the only. Why you are so subject to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Gyarados to fly into a fit of rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Alright. Didn't Mr. Schulm say the bills were all for Lion Potter? Yes, but now we've established that Lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Gyarados' wife. It's a Naruto. She's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look, Mr. Gyarados is clearly an avid reader. Wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh, no, it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to his signature there. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susada-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. But this bookmark is actually a love note then. Looking at all these bills, it certainly amounts to a great deal of food. Meat and potatoes by the cartload, was it? Well, looking at two of them, you can tell immediately who eats the lion's share in this household. At least we're not talking about an actual lion anymore. There are a lot of books up on the shelf here. Look, all novels that I've never heard of. But it appears someone has purchased them all from a second-hand bookshop. I think Mr. Gyarados is something of a book lover. Alright, well we already know what this is about.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Thank you for the cardboard pipe, Reaper. At the center of this note, a certain Miss Mary is flying in the ointment here. Gah. Well, but I don't know the Bali woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know who it was for. It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. Now listen here, Dawn, old thing. I explain all the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and the note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. Ah! Likely story. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicion of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath, which can only be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. I swear to God, Sholmes, if you say that. If you say what I think you're gonna say. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. You're wondering I have settled upon the answer so very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. A likely story. She does not believe him. She doesn't even believe his name now. But truly, Miss Garrideb didn't eat the carpet. Of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of this room is a result of her wild temper. No, that is true. So this is the last part of Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only follow Mr. Garrideb's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. Carpet here has been ripped to shreds. Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here! What is it? If you look closely at that, you can see scorch marks. Oh yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten by the normal sense after all. Let's rethink that with this in mind. There's an advertising handbill for the circus. Bati's Circus. It's in a nearby park. Isn't this the same as the one we saw earlier? The one that's folded up in Mr. Garrideb's pocket? Perhaps they're very great circus lovers? It couldn't be that the hungry lion is somehow involved again here, is it? Oh dear, I hope not. I think it is eaten. Normally they just cook the carpet too much before they ate it. True. No one wants to eat burnt carpet. We poured an extra cup of molten hot tea onto it. I would believe it, unironically. So many cakes. That all you can think about? Well, look at them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a mountain of them, and they all look so delicious. More of a tower than mountain, I'd say. Mountain, and my hope that one day in our very homeland, I'll be able to perform the tea ceremony at the foot of such a mountain. It is definitely a tower. Potato, potato. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? Base looks too small, surely it's very unstable. Looks to me like even sliced knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is the one candle of the three missing from its holder?
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of the ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge very clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It appeared that this room was the scene of little marital altercation. Miss Garrideb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was lighted, the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither violent lion nor vengeful woman, but fire. I know, but you're really selling the married woman being vicious act right now. In this room, the ferocious beast bared his claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. As you see, there's but one conclusion here. After sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Shum, sir. I salute you! And he's dead. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Deduction complete. Elementary. Death by tea overdose. Really, it was only a matter of time. It is these dash long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the page of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be a rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt disguise. Here we go again. And the carpet, was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Great say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Death by tea overdose, revival by the tea of hope. I don't think there's any hope in that tea, considering his wife is brewing it. I was caught between those sticks of rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir, one that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread. Of course, bally furniture started going up as well. We had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Hey there, Mr. Garrideb. Well, you have nothing more tied, if you'll allow me. Damn, that's nasty. I know my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh. Then Five started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There I was, back in the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called Lion's Pride. Lion's Pride? Ah yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, child didn't influence my choice in the slightest. The poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. The hope of another slap to the face. Yeah, that checks out, I think. Mr. Shum's deduction turned out to be correct once again. It can only be described as great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stickin' full of fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think. That's exactly the same time as the terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window at the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. So blight, he could have been flattened outside my window in that moment and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Nadhodo, what can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Gary Bed's situation now, but what does it have to do with Mr. Natsumi's circumstances? I mean, it means they couldn't have been witnesses, I guess. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man may be hiding something, I could not be sure whether a secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time of already? If we are to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it, no more time to think. Help up, I'll jump scare. Very truly. But welcome on in, subtle pup. Asterisk alt. Welcome on in. Hopefully your day is going very well being an alt and all. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Gary. That does not explain why they know, though. That still does not explain why she knows Natsume's schedule. They're not out of the woods yet. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. How this whole thing could have been a ploy by her for all I know. Thank you very much for your time. So Seki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Nardo Hollow. But I'm sorry, it's supper time now. I'll have to ask you to leave. Oh yes, I'm sorry. If we linger too long, Mr. Guridev will start pouring tea again. No one wants that. Alright, shall we go then? No doubt Saseki-san is beside himself in his cell, waiting for us to return. I can't afford to spend any longer making up my mind. You're just a clone for the real subtle pup? I mean, doesn't make your existence any less valid, unless it does, but that exists outside my purviews of philosophy and all that, so I guess I can't really answer that, but you're not doing terribly. What a miserable sight. Oh dear, but at least the whole room wasn't engulfed in flames. I suppose so, but my whole collection went up in smoke, you know, all the novels I enjoyed so much. Well, John, whose fault is that? Not mine, that's for sure. Well, whoever may or may not be to blame, I'm quite sure you can buy some new old books to replace them, can't you? Ugh, new old books, bally nonsense. Does sound like a contradiction in terms, but then these are full of contradictions. That's couples for you, Mr. Naruhodo, or so I've been led to believe. Can I just go anywhere else? Sorry, you don't plant plant bombs in streams. Unlike certain character you know of. Well, if you ever drop a pipe, you could have plant a bomb in stream, which I mean, wouldn't be all that out of the ordinary, I guess. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Alright, seems you're safe for now. And I am too. Yes, I know, let's hail a car. Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there from Gary Deb's house. Who the hell are you? I know thee not, old man. Fall to the players. Who are you calling old man, you rum-looking nimmin pimney? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me. Eh? What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And I've got to say, it does genuinely bother me that these look to be like two completely different art styles. And although you could make an argument that's because they're trying to make a difference between Japan and Britain, Holmes is not Japanese and he looks relatively sane, but oh well. My associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? Lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. Fine, I'll be on me way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Get to thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Yeah, Rube. That's very evidently the case. I hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garidab residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou'rt so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garidab mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words there could be. Sorry, battle did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Oops. Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. And I don't fully understand, but seeing Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. I fare thee well. And he's gone. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. Seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. So Seki-san and that man as lodgers. The Garidab house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go find carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. So begin get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Oh, I didn't even get the choice. Okay. 19th of February, 6:30, 1 p.m. Is that... I wonder if that seems optional, actually, since I chose not to go straight here. Local prison cell 9. Oh, it's you! You're here, you came! Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax! If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nipponese! Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. This Zeke's. On the other hand... No, it's Sholmes, okay. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything, per se. I say observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomified room, having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home, see how our devastated friend is faring. Full room. At least your accommodation here offers window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Oh, you! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes! Ugh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits and those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life's been damned. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? You mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there's much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. Huh? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Found this receipt in your room, Mr. Natsume. That's right, I went out to buy some new old books. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? And it was on your way back to your room that you saw the one being stabbed? She's dead, I thought to myself, she's dead! My mind went completely blank, but before I knew it, I was back in my room trembling like a leaf. The bookworm hoping to worm his way out of a bad situation. Mr. Naruhodo, please be careful not to think such disparaging thoughts. How could you possibly know? Mr. Natsume, would you take the sand? Oh, the sheer joy of a gift from my fellow countrymen. The complete kindness of Keith and Kin. Oh, no, sorry, I just wanted to show you. The complete cruelty of Keith and Kin. Oops. Can I just leave now? Oh, I can just leave. Okay. Can we check out the crime scene? Nope, they're still there. Or rather, they must have come back. Okay, yeah, there's just nothing. And crime's the scene. So true. Alright, that seems to be it. First trial. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now about the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I'm just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. I see, that's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me, summarize it succinctly in 16 zillion words. It's 16 words, okay. No defendant has ever survived trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution, ever. Oh my goodness, can it be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? I'm impressed, Miss Cisato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused of the convicted Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't mass murder. He's court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh yes. Why, of course he is. That ever was so clutch. It's like, freaking Ryunosuke was just thinking for a moment. I'm sure there's a pause and he's like, wait, that's only 15. Ever. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? Could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zieks is quite an exceptional man, however, in London courts of law. Exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. Toseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there's both a judge and jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, while the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage, by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, bring that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. Entirely it is from time to time, my dear madam. It's simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicated by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fates are sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the flames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no, no, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm dead. Dodo, done for doomed. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Gary Deb's house, I assume? Do you mean say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I'm sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They're always staring at me all the time from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord simply... The landlord simply simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Or since I moved into that windowless hellhole? My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I wake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. In my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. Only there's just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all. To believe. Yes, to believe. Mr. Sholmes. Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Budia, if you recall. The Budia, ah, that case, the one with the snake. Well, yes, at that time I was a suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. You helped us investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes, you mean. Because you are a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. And I'm surprised that answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It is quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it, but I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust others in the final analysis down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right to locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can trust in myself? A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You're so right, Cosma. Does Soseki give me Larry vibes? I get the feeling. Someone who's just kind of a mess. I can see that. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Bidding hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. All poses and expressions. Yeah, the very exaggerated, poses and all that. I can absolutely see what you mean. The way his eyes are watering here. Yeah, I get it. Welcome to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in. The defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instinct. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. It is imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I'll fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met. Welcome, student Naruhodo Esquire moment. He loves using the full phrase, doesn't he? Why? What did Larry ever do to you? I think Larry's right, except maybe, the the third game where he's a bit questionable. But still. And as I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It'd be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the event of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. Been around about journey, but I got there in the end. Yep, there we go. Mrs. Sato. Yes? Will you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind, but it's time to stop looking backwards. Cosmo believed in me, and Mr. Stone believes in me now too, so it's time that I learn to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one to help, he's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner tomorrow in the courtroom with all the strength I can muster. To be continued. What a great character. Okay, there's nothing wrong with him, he's just annoying. What's that referencing? And yeah, no, I was gonna stop here, don't worry, Rue. This is about as perfect of a stopping point as I could possibly have wanted. The Trial Part 1. Okay, the castmate, yeah, that makes sense. Shout out to the Queen from Deltarune, by the way, she's so freaking hilarious. Potassium. Anyways, thank y'all so much for watching. What a freaking time this was. Absolutely crazy time. And took us full of 4 hours just to get through this, but I am loving it. I'm still loving this game. It has been a joy, and I am very looking forward to next time I get to stream this. Oh yeah, cool. Burley, I remember. Yeah, because Burley was just trying to get all up in everyone's faces. I need to replay Deltarune badly. Anyways, yeah, I'll be live again. I'll be live again with this game 1 week from now. I'm streaming it every single Wednesday. I'll be live again this Friday with Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, and same for Saturday. An actual 4-hour stream. It's been a really long time since we've had one of these, if you don't count collab stream. Yeah, it has been. These streams get wild and chaotic, but we're back to form. Shockingly enough. Oh no, in the near future we'll probably get back to it, but we'll have to see, I guess. Blade Chronicles X moment, yeah. Yeah. You thought I'd seen a Blade streamer. Well, I hope y'all are used to, or aren't used to, the Xenoblade Overload. Because trust me, when that rug is pulled out from under everyone, when I suddenly stop and I have to do other stuff, it's gonna hit. Infinity Xenoblade. You can put a lot of time in Xenoblade. So much freaking time. It is always an experience. Yeah, I just want to get to the new content. That's the main thing. I want to still do everything I can in the game, but I also really want to get to the new chapter, because I've heard things that, well, let's just say I really need to form my own opinion. But at some point, maybe in the near future, I'll shift gears and not go as gung-ho with Xenoblade. I'm not gonna do that. I would die. I think I would actually die more than any amount of fitness boxing could deal to me. I think I'm about 90 hours, Rube. Actually, I am going to surpass the 100 mark very soon. Which is honestly just crazy. But, there's a lot. We are gonna be seeing as much as we can. I'm gonna be trying to get that 100% survey rate. Oh my god, you actually did math. No, not in 100 and... That's so many days. No. No. I think I would... But yes, I am doing a lot of Xenoblade, but this will stay. Don't worry. Wednesday will never be a Xenoblade stream unless they release another Xenoblade game and then I play it, but who knows. Like another brand new Xenoblade game. X definitely wouldn't constitute as a Wednesday game. No stream week, but like the full 2 weeks, just not Friday and Saturday. I think I would die still. I know I say that a lot, but it's true. And I don't think that would make for the best long-term content. Xenoblade Subsonic X. Oh gosh. Maybe in like 3 years from now, if I'm still streaming, I'll do it. I'll do a Xenoblade X marathon speedrunning the whole thing just for the funnies. That would be a sight to behold, to say the least. Yeah, Rube, drop it. I think you'll just get a cardboard, but I think you should drop one. Never hurts to, right? Yeah, at this point, I think we might just want to find some trade out to. Never mind, mobile isn't letting you give you a sec. Alright. Who do I want to raid up to? But I think I know who trade out to. Someone we haven't raided yet, but that makes it long overdue. Hey, a metal pipe. Alright, congrats on that. And you know what? I'll drop a pipe too, right before raiding out. Alright. Pipe time. 99 cardboard. He wanted cardboard so much. Damn. Well, there's your cardboard. Anyways, we're gonna be raiding out to the one, the only, the one and only Spider She. One who I've seen around, and is currently playing a very relevant game to my streams. Deltarune, currently doing the Jevil fight in, Chapter 1. I think he might be replaying the game. But regardless, we love Deltarune love. And, yep, chaos, chaos. If there's a time to raid and give her support, now is it! Of course, you can do just that with the lovely, lovely raid messages, both for subs and non-subs. Have a good day, night, morning, evening, dark hour, chaos, whenever it may be for you. And I'll see y'all again this Friday for more Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. Bye-bye! Me too, Rube. Me too. I really do.